Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to see what the heck is going to happen on day 7 of the Donna Adelson trial in Florida, because the defense is set to present their case. Are they going to arrest? Are they going to put Donna on the stand? Huh? That's going to be interesting. Is Charlie Adelson going to take the stand? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the feed just started, just mid-sentence, so we're going to watch from there. I've taken it as far back as I can, and it seems like they have filed a judgment of acquittal, as they do, usually after the state rests. Let's see what they do after this.
Indictment required that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markel to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markel. To go through this briefly, Your Honor, to prove the count 1, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime, you have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that, in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime, specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014.
Shame. Attorney Zellman out here trying his best. And here is Jackie Fulford. She's not even looking up. Ma'am, are you okay? Donna Sue Adelson over here. Shame, shame. What a day, huh? Here we go.
And the site for Mr. Williams' case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's the first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams.
Ooh, imagine how the state's going to fire back at this one, You have to look what she did on that day. Do you, though? Because this is also a conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation to commit murder, and yes, on top of that, she's got a first-degree murder charge, but it's everything, right?
Decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so
like, how did Charlie Adelson get convicted then, and Al Whopped, and Katherine Magbanua? The other two I understand.
The light most favorable to the state. Let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Katherine Magbanua to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendi lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendi Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips,
They're throwing Wendi under the bus. Right under the bus, huh?
Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Katherine Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I believe the train cars, everybody connected. I think they proved the pattern of calls, right? Sarcasm says, spending my big 50th birthday with all of you. I don't want to be anywhere else. Thank you, G and Mods, for all you do in building this community. That is amazing. Happy 50th birthday. You know 5 is one of my favorite numbers. I hope you have a wonderful day, and thanks for spending it here with us.
The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendi Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendi Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, or said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Katherine Magbanua was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Katherine Magbanua went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was back. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops.
Okay, so England said Donna in a suit jacket taking the stand. 61% voted on the pre-live stream poll that you think she will take the stand. I also think she might. She might feel like, I want to talk to this jury myself. And if she takes the stand, oh my. I think if it's a defense strategy, it's better to just not do that. Not that she has anything to lose, but less could be more, in this case.
After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Katherine Magbanua at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendi. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendi and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not met its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Oh, getting to
Please
it.
do.
Please do. Ooh,
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony. No one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendi. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion, it was not to prevent Donna Adelson from spending time with the boys. It was to unsupervised. It was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable of the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead. Please fill.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principle to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody is treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count one.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testify directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after-the-fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
Which will be the first-degree murder charge and solicitation to commit murder charge. So they are not fighting a judgment of acquittal for the conspiracy to commit murder charge, which is interesting. Drop 1 and 3, Judge, and then just keep 2, okay?
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendi and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare to the gym the day of the murder and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Katherine Magbanua. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that Magbanua found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened, it's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Katherine Magbanua from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson, and we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Katherine Magbanua were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder, and she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes, and she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us.
She literally nodded along to that. Yeah, she's nodding along. Okay. Also, the jury would not be present for this judgment of acquittal yet. This is attorney Sarah Dugan speaking, not Georgia. Just for everyone wondering, Georgia's sitting down for this one. Sarah is taking the stand here, telling us all the evidence they actually have shown, which is a lot.
And that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us, to Charlie Adelson, is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendi's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendi about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Katherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with Magbanua's testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes,
Dugan, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us, and we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Ms. Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no. She said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016 where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. Legal stand.
Sorry, I'm trying to pause it without eyes. Hold on.
The court must apply it.
Okay, so this was a defense motion. A judgment of acquittal was filed where they say the state hasn't proven their case and they want their client acquitted. They basically want to say, let's just walk out of here right now, okay? And so the defense gets to argue their motion. The state then gets to argue against their motion, and now the judge has to decide what to do.
This point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. believe in Turner versus State, 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence and every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the...
Okay, so the motion has been denied. So the judge is saying they can't just acquit this client now, the defendant. The jury's not yet present, okay?
Indictment. Does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just one. Judge, there was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Oh dear. I wonder if it's the issue from Friday where apparently it's rumor, it's on social media. I don't know, but I'm going to repeat it in case it's relevant now. Apparently, Jackie Fulford accidentally took a sleeping pill. That's why court was late on Friday, because she literally had to walk it off. She probably had a bunch of Red Bulls and had to walk it off. So I don't know if that's what they're going to be addressing now. We shall see. Alyssa said the way the prosecutor's running down this list of evidence is that lit? Is it fire? I think it's fire, right? I think the jury will have no doubt on guilt. Donna is cooked, in my opinion. Thank you, Giza, for your amazing work for us. Thank you so much, Alyssa, and for being a member for 25 months. Oh my word, thank you. And Loba Volcano said, I'm not sure if the jury will be convinced that Donna planned the hit, but instead she got involved after finding out in order to help Charlie. The dynamic between Charlie and Donna looks like Charlie leads the conversations. The maestro, huh? There's Harvey. I missed when Harvey got in trouble a little bit for he brought his own headphones into court and that was taken away from him last week sometime. I just saw a short on it. So interesting, right? Kerry said, do you also get the impression that Donna and her team thought she'd be getting the motion accepted? Yeah, it does look like it. Okay, so then a lot of silence. Let's move forward here. Wow, that's a really long sidebar. Huh? Good. Luckily we started a bit later then. Damn. Look at them all, look at them all. Who did what? Is Jackie Fulford getting a demerit? You're getting a red card. What does she do now? Okay, wait. We don't want to miss a thing. There we go.
Please bring in the jurors.
Oh yes, let's start this day. Sorry, I started off in a bit of a rush today. So I want to say welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. If you guys didn't see, now welcome everybody else, patrons, members, subscribers, locals. This case takes place in Florida, of course, and it's the 4th trial and the 5th person that could be convicted. There's already been 4 convictions in this case. If you don't know anything about the case, check out the description box. There is a trial prep 1 and a trial prep 2 for you, which are deep dives with timelines, probable cause affidavits, map time, and everything. And of course, if you want to catch up on some of the live trial days, or all of them, they're all time stamped for you. I did go in and defluff some of the lunch breaks, so that replay watchers can just watch all the trial day without, dragging it out or anything. Thank you to everyone who joined me for those. My name is 1212C3F. Thank you so much for your £5 sticker. And what else did I want to say? Nope, that's about it for now. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm just dying to see. Is Donna going to take the stand? I think just based on how she's dressed today with that other jacket. But now what's going on with her little cardigan theory? If she's going to take the stand and now she's got like a jacket on. No. I thought you're going to be the sweet, sweet grandma in your cardigan. I guess they've realized people are not buying it. Okay, jury's coming in. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Simalisha said I speed binged the trial this weekend to catch up. Thank you so much. And if you didn't see the other cases that we talked about this weekend, go check them out. There's one full video for you and one live stream. 2 other cases that we did discuss.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
You're calling people to the stand? Oh boy, everybody buckle up. Okay, here we go.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone
I love her top. Side note.
as you need.
Morning. Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can hear
yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE-ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey,
Okay.
and Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, "Who do we know in South Florida who can help me?" And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years?
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to try.
And I have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going
I could not roll my eyes enough. Let's not talk about shooting people at a trial where the victim was shot. How about that, defense?
to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida.
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. But still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met 2 of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendi,
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendi, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Objection, relevance, and 404, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
So damn, the defense is going to put on a whole case. We don't often see that. Sometimes they just rest. Sometimes they just put the defendant on the stand, right? Now we're like, whoa, here's Ann Cunningham, who knew Donna and Harvey. Mel Wendi said, had a lovely dream that Donna got sent to Lowell Prison, Annex A, and adopted Sarah Boone as a... Oh my word, adopted Sarah Boone as a new prison daughter. Can you imagine? So, I just want to see how long they do this for. Okay, it's quite an approach. I have on my phone here, thanks to Grizzly Cat, the defense potential witness list, and it includes James Todd Murphy. It just says expert, I don't know in what. Wendi Adelson, Susan Brotman, Richard Schragin, Ann Cunningham, who's on the stand right now, Ron Gutterson, Lisa Carey, Timothy Kelly, and the list goes on. It's a long list. Are we going to be here till Friday? Can you imagine? Or next week? That's not what I expected at all, but I'm here for it. Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Maricel Descalzo, Tara Kawas, who was Magbanua's attorney, I think, Linda Bailey, Eddie Varnes, Josiah Roloff, Kelsey Guay, I don't know how you say it, G-U-A-Y, Guy, Tehronna Khan, Craig Isom, and that's the investigator, Jason Newlin, and Charlie Adelson. I think the list actually goes on to another page. Let's keep going. Sherry Bennett, Tallahassee Police Department. They could recall these witnesses, right? Chris Corbett. We saw Sergeant Chris Corbett. Patrick Sanford. Katherine Magbanua. Luis Rivera. Yindra Velasquez Mascaro. Joanne Maltese. Jessica Rodriguez. Felicia Hills. Bryce Google. Are they going to call Uncle Google to the stand? Imagine. Expert witnesses. Sarah Newhouse. Yeah, and so that's what they say. So they could potentially put on a whole case, right?
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendi was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about
Never.
it? Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained. Do not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May we
It is
approach,
true.
please?
Please approach.
Oh dear. Well, there's Donna's bestie, definitely. Oh my goodness, not that Mickey said. Jackie's comment got me going full snark from the start. Full snark tanks are filling up fast, everyone. Thank you so much for your sticker. Sure. Donna, smile at your friend at least. Sure, okay. This could be a long day. We could be here all week. I don't mind. Bring it on. Let's hear it all. Go forward a bit. Wow. Long sidebars today.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendi and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay. And
Because she did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you are aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
No.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Sustained.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys are speculating. If Donna wrote this friend a script, I mean, wouldn't put it past Donna. We saw her write scripts in jail. If you missed the jail informants testifying, that was quite interesting.
Were you aware you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a bar mitzvah, and Cunningham attended, but the Markels were invited, then told there's actually not one happening. And then they realized afterwards one actually did happen, and they just weren't invited. How cruel is that, huh? Okay. Also, yeah, with Donna and Wendi saying they didn't really watch the trial. You watched the trial of Charlie. You watched it. We know you watched it at her house now, too. Stay Awesome said the jail informant in comparison now seems more credible than Donna's bestie. The jail informants, I mean, I know people would doubt their credibility, totally get it, but damn, when they showed the scripts and then the handwriting analyst proved that was Donna that wrote that, and to see how Donna was trying to bribe these inmates that she was sharing pods with, damn, that was quite hectic, hey? Thank you so much for the sticker.
Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey.
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And
Interesting. Zengen Art said, allowing a defense witness to simply repeat the defendant's out-of-court statements denies the prosecution's chance to test the defendant's credibility directly. Unfairly prejudicial. Interesting.
during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
Defense attorney skating on thin ice here. Donna, that's her best poor me face. Right? Oh dear. Donna's feeling sorry for herself today. Okay, Janine said justice for Dan and his family. The Markels are amazing. I mean, they've been at all these trials. 11 years later, here we are. Fifth person facing major time. Could be LWOP if convicted on everything. So, yeah. Okay. There's Harvey. We're almost all caught up because these sidebars are so long. There you go.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
Donna's like, oh no, it's not going well. Not really.
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to, at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Okay, so now let's refresh the feed, shall we? So that we can be all caught up and wait for them to come back. 5 minutes. Really? 5 minutes? Are you sure? I don't know about that. Normally it would be about 10, right? So the court is on a short break right now. You can see the banner up here. For anyone new here, I always have a picture of the victim in the case in the corner here, top left here, right? If I need to move it because they're showing an exhibit or something, I will, but normally over here. So that's Dan Markel. He was 41 years old when he was shot on July 18th of 2014. My goodness, after dropping his kids off at preschool and going to the gym and then going home in Tallahassee. A lot of social media is speculating that Wendi could be next because they did pepper in a lot of things that could be interesting as circumstantial, maybe even direct evidence against her, right? Very interesting. Susan Murphy says Donna was not out on bond. No, she was not. Is someone saying it? Is someone saying it? Donna has been in jail without bail since she was arrested, which was November 13th of 2023, about a week after her son had been convicted. That's where she was going to just book it out of there, going to Vietnam. I think that as well. I mean, that shows consciousness of guilt as well. Like booking a one-way ticket to Vietnam? What? Right? Okay. Cake on YouTube said, Chad, is this first witness the one at the house during the pocket out? No, that one at the house, her name, I think was Susan. I can't remember her last name. There was a lady called Susan and her husband and somebody else. I don't think this one was there. And you say pocket out was the hot mic moment, right? That jail call where Donna and Charlie were talking to each other when Charlie was in jail. And Donna thought the call had ended because she couldn't hear Charlie anymore. She thought she hung up the phone. Unfortunately, and actually fortunately, unfortunately for her, yeah, she didn't hang up the phone. What a glitch, eh? Sure, what karma that is. My goodness. If that phone call had been hung up successfully, would they have known? I'm sure they were watching her, but would they have known that she was trying to book a one-way ticket? Well, she did book a one-way ticket to Vietnam. I don't know. But yeah, because the call was not hung up properly, my goodness, it continued recording, and it was Donna saying all sorts of things which we'd listened to before, right? So check out Trial Prep 1 and 2, and we've played it in some of the breaks and things in the trial. Stefan said, I would love to watch a Wendi trial. If there's any more trials in this case, we're going to be watching it together, okay? We're all caught up now, even though we didn't watch the first trials together as a community. I'm glad we can watch this one together now. And if there's any others, we'll watch that together too, right? A Florida girl said, new set of veneers in order for this lady. Oh dear. Do you think, okay, let me ask the question, do you think that this type of testimony would influence the jury? Because at this point, I think one's mind kind of kicks back when you're like, okay, but what about, it involves the both of us? What about her behavior before the murder? How she spoke about Dan, how she said, let's make his life absolutely miserable. So that's just, that's not saying let's murder him. I get that. But then the behavior after the murder. Oh my goodness. And Wendi even saying on a podcast at some point that her mother was more of a co-parent than a grandparent, that she was completely possessive over the grandkids. So that, and then the timing of the motions that Dan Markel had filed, right? The way she behaved after the bump, the emails we saw, Dan Markel's license plate number being written in her 2014 planner, that was weird and interesting. The way she's bribing inmates in jail, the way she booked a one-way flight, all of that. Like, my mind, when I'm listening to all this, I'm like, okay, so she was a nice lady to you. But we have seen other things and we've heard other things, right? Brenda T24, thank you for being a member for 25 months. You said just stopping by to say hello. I just can't do another trial right now. Oh, come on, do another trial with us. Don't go. Thank you for stopping by to say hello. I do appreciate that. Okay. And Angela Vincent said, boring, tiresome, useless testimony. Nonetheless, entertaining in a way to hear, well, what is the defense going to say, right? What is the defense going to say? Heather says, I think there's too much evidence with the calls and the text for a character witness to be able to do much, right? But I mean, they got to try their best. I wasn't actually, were you expecting them to put on witnesses and a whole case? I mean, I was thinking, oh, okay, they're probably going to, if they put on a case, they're going to put Donna on the stand, maybe Charlie Adelson. I don't expect this. Damn, defense, you're really leaning in. You're going to put on a whole case. How many witnesses are you going to have on there? And are they all going to talk like that? Oh, my word. Stefan also said, I would not start my case with such a witness, to be honest. That too. Starting with that, I'm not sure that's such a great strategy. I don't know. It's just our opinion that we're sharing here, right? So feel free to share your opinion. They've got to do what they got to do. Susan Kirksey said, it's one thing to go on a planned vacation, but this trip was an emergency. But yeah, with an emergency visa. And you said trying to give Wendi things in the house and etc. proved they were fleeing, in my opinion. I agree. And I wonder what the long-term plan was. Let's say if Donna and Harvey had made it to Vietnam on a one-way ticket. Then what? Because you have a 90-day visa. I think they went there. Why do you think they also chose there? I feel like they thought they could bribe their way around there, huh? Why Vietnam? Why are you going there? It's a non-extradition country, that we know. We know that Charlie Adelson had some timeshare there. But what was the plan beyond the perhaps 90 days? You know? What a weird move, actually. Very quick, like, let's go, let's go. Where are you going, Donna? Grizzly Micah said, thanks, Jay and Mods, for all the hard work and time you put in for us. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, Cherry Latmore said, with all those names on the defense list, I wonder if they're all character witnesses. I mean, it'll be interesting to see Wendi back on the stand. And also, the thing is, with all these witnesses, cross-examination could get interesting, right? I mean, we know, with this prosecution team, they are not to be messed with. They are absolutely brilliant. And if there's anything to rip apart, they absolutely will. Okay. Yeah, Jenny Lynn says, Gisela does her best to defluff, but Jackie has better plans. It's going to be a lot of fluff on this day. Angela Bobangela said, not very strong out of the gate. Vintage FLA says, they have no shame. They are probably doing this because the Adelsons insisted they do it. Shame. Probably, yes. Probably, yes. And I think these are not public defenders, right? This is private counsel or what? I think so. Ooh, okay. Grizzly Cat has a new picture. Hold on.
Seated.
Of Dan Markel. So I'm going to put that one up now. Thank you, Grizzly Cat, for all the beautiful pictures you find of the victims of crime.
You can check how many jurors are still using the restroom.
Okay, we're just waiting for them to come back there. I'm just going to get in the picture. Hold on 1 second. Where is it? I've downloaded it. I'm waiting. There we go. Okay. That's a nice picture of Dan. Grizzly Cat finds beautiful pictures of victims of crime and edits them and everything so that we can see it so clearly over here. There we go. Okay. We're ready to go. Oh, yeah, David's girl. So even though her name is on that potential witness list, you said, I thought the agreement was the defense cannot, you're right, cannot call Wendi because she will not have immunity when they question it. That's true. You are right. Thank you for reminding me of that. That was a huge motion that Wendy's team filed before the trial. So yeah, Wendy's not going to be back on the stand. Will Charlie be on the stand? He's been transported. He's been in Tallahassee ever since, like this trial started. Can you imagine if they don't call him at all? The state was potentially going to call him. That's also why Donna lost her attorney, Dan Rashbaum, because Dan Rashbaum was the attorney for Charlie Adelson. And then the state brought up that it would be a conflict of interest if Dan Rashbaum was going to question Charlie, former client, on the stand, right? If Charlie took the stand for the state. So that's why Donna's trial was delayed and she got new attorneys because of that conflict of interest, but then they didn't call Charlie Adelson anyway. That's got a sting for Dan Rashbaum. It's like, what? You didn't call him anyway? I could have been her attorney. Well, now we've got Jackie and Joshua. Joshua Zellman, Jackie Fulford. Yeah, Kerry says, I don't know what Charlie could add, and can you imagine the cross-examination? Oh no, would he really want to go through that again? I don't think so. Really? Defense, you want to put Charlie on at the risk of cross-examination? Oh my. Okay. Angela, welcome. GJG said, did you see the guards who transported Charlie back stopped and picked up Wendy's for lunch? I didn't see that. They picked up Wendy's for lunch. Okay. Wendy's is a fast food restaurant, right? Just checking. MHG said Charlie could be a rebuttal witness for the state. I still think it would be useless to put him on, right? Because what will he really say? And he also can't say too much to affect his own appeals. Okay. Thank you to all of you for being here. I see there's lots of people here as we're waiting. We are anticipating the continuation of Anne Cunningham's testimony as the defense does their direct examination. This is their first witness. Not snarking at the witness. I'm just for defense strategy. Not a strong start. Not a strong start. Have you guys ever seen the house that Donna lived in? Oh my word. I'll quickly show you. Go like this. Like this. Okay. Here. Like, whoa. Look at it. This was Donna's domicile. This What a huge change to go from this to jail and potentially prison forever. Can you imagine? Kate MGTC said, first day back to school for me. Replay crew sent a PP, the PayPal. Don't send a PP. Thank you for sending a PayPal. You said love to all the Grizzly fam. Check your like button. Yeah, just check that the like button works. Just tap it one time, see if it works today. Somebody actually said on the video I uploaded yesterday that the like button didn't work for them. So for real, you got to check that it works. Tap it once. Thank you so much for your sticker. Okay, so damn, this was Donna's kitchen. Look, oh my word, this is like this apartment. Could we move in? Could this be the GTC headquarters, please? Thank you so much. Look at it. Oh my word, Donna. Now you're sleeping in pods next to all these other inmates you're bribing. Oh my word. Look at all the art and the sculptures, the everything. Wow. Felt invincible, did you, Donna? Well, you're going to learn today. And then there was Georgia Kappelman, one by one, which is quite unique in this case. One by one, making sure they don't just try everyone together. That didn't work out for the first trial. Sigfredo Garcia got convicted, but Katherine Magbanua, the mistrial was declared. Okay, they're coming back, they're coming back. We want to still flick through these. Wait, Judge. Look, look. Quick tour. Look at that shower, and imagine her shower now. Whoa. Okay, we can look at more of this later.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes.
Was she upset about that?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
Yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She was considering taking her own life.
Okay.
But ironically, in Wendy's police interview, which I don't think the jury didn't see that. We've seen it, right? If you haven't seen Wendi Adelson's police interview, the day that Dan Markel was shot, she called her mom and said, "Mom, you gotta sit for this. Danny was shot." And you don't hear Donna saying, What happened? Why? There's nothing, right? And everyone can react differently. It's a little different to how Anne experienced Donna, on that day.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay.
Just get away on a one-way ticket to clear her head to get some peace in Vietnam. I do also want to mention, because they brought up through this witness, that Donna attended Dan Markel's memorial. Okay, and yeah, but apparently what investigators noted is that Donna struck up a conversation with one of the lead investigators in the case, and then said, "Oh yeah, we'll be in touch." And then they left Tallahassee with the grandkids, and then they were unreachable after that point. They're like, they didn't want to actually talk to that investigator. That's interesting as well. Buck and I said, do character witnesses get free veneers? They might. Thank you for your sticker.
May I have just one moment? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to pause again. Solitude said a lot of wealth. Was there wealth bashing going on? You said, why? What's wrong with, there's nothing wrong with having nice things. And you said wealth doesn't make her guilty. I don't think, well, that's definitely not what I was saying. And I didn't see any chats like that. But to clarify, I was pointing out the contrast, you know, for how Donna was living. And I mean, living it up to now. Can you imagine her experiencing that contrast? Because remember, Charlie Adelson was saying to Donna and to Katherine Magbanua in some of these undercover videos, like, you know, we weren't at the scene. Our DNA is not even in the vehicle. They can't prove anything, which got him promptly arrested, all of those types of conversations. So I just think that Charlie and Donna thought they'd get away with this. But like, no, now you've been arrested and you're in the worst condition possible. So the contrast must be truly shocking, especially, and I'm not being ageist by saying this either, at her age. What a way to spend retirement. Like, holy crap, she's 75 years old and in jail trying to bribe inmates. Like, please, I just don't want LWOP.
One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes.
Was she excited about attending?
Very.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
And as a rebuttal, might I add, so there's the state, the defense, then there's me just chipping in over here, okay? My 2 cents. Donna said that Wendi should make Dan Markel's life so miserable that they should dress the kids up as Nazis, or tell Dan that they're raising the kids as Catholics because they knew that would hurt Dan Markel because he was very, very passionate about his faith, very dedicated, right? So, you know, this witness, you know, that wasn't great. But also, let's go back to the wedding, which the jury doesn't know anything about this. The wedding of Wendi and Dan, who was responsible for the catering? The Adelsons. And what did they do? They didn't provide kosher food. And Dan had to find out afterwards, you mean the food wasn't kosher? And he was very upset about that. And Donna didn't care. Like, who cares? Okay, you know. And that was very humiliating for Dan and, of course, then his family. Like, what the hell? So, okay. That's just my 2 cents. Something they didn't show in this trial.
Are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No. She was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it?
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her?
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel?
Sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge. Not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
Okay. When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe. That Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm going to just draw your attention to. I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Look at the defense. Wait, what are those messages? I do love Georgia's slow, methodical approach, just like, okay. It's so brilliant. She will say Georgia is fantastic and she's getting the witness flabbergasted.
Oh yes, this part I do recall.
I do recall that. Thank you.
You can show if that's the same messages you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
Yes.
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you...
They being Georgia. No, the jury. The jury got it wrong is what she believes, but ma'am, did you see any of the evidence? Because you say you didn't watch the trial at all, didn't watch the news, didn't follow any of the evidence. You just watched right at the end. So the verdict, and based just on that, they got it wrong. What about all the evidence? You know what I mean?
in fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes.
Meaning Charlie's innocent.
Yes.
Wendy's innocent.
Definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes.
Okay. And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Oh my, show it, show it.
Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendi had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the defense.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing you.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendi hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
Snarky sis said Georgia has all the receipts. I do love that. I love that. She's like, okay, so look at this, 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 and this. It's the best. And then just seeing this witness being like, oh crap. And the defense like, what? She's bringing receipts? Yes. Yeah, why don't you put all your witnesses on the stand? Let's see how that goes, right? Because whoo, Georgia Kappelman's bringing receipts.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Okay. Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
To make sure I understand your testimony correctly, Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No.
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
Never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge. I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense, the next witness would be Ronald Gutterson.
Right, so then Kelly B also says, I don't know we'd be getting all this today. Me neither. I did not expect this. This is interesting. Oh my word, okay. Can't help but be excited for every cross-examination that lies ahead of us.
Gutterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ann Cunningham's partner now. Really, defense? You're going to put both besties on the stand? This is Harvey's bestie then, I would assume, because, you know, it's Ann Cunningham's partner. And the four of them all traveled together, did a lot of double dating, went to Japan, went all over the place, can't remember dates of traveling. Okay. Man, let's hear it.
Clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in...
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Chemistry?
Can you describe their...
Whoa, sir, excuse me. Tell us more about the chemistry that was there. I want to hear more. Every single... No, I don't think we do want to hear that, actually. I take it back.
relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and
a very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
Okay. And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
At some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Donna looks like, you know, when a child falls and scrapes their knee and everything's fine, but then they look around and when they see people have seen them, then they start crying. Yeah, Donna's like, let's see if the jury, she's like, yeah, he was. I'm sure Harvey was upset. It's just the way that she does something and then looks to see if the jury is taking it all in, huh? It feels manipulative, okay?
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
Then where was the return ticket? Why is it a one-way ticket? Are you lying to all your friends saying you're coming back when you bought a one-way ticket with an emergency visa to Vietnam? If you were really coming back, it'll be smart, you know, and budget-friendly to buy a return ticket if you're traveling in November and coming back in January. That's an expensive time to travel, okay? One-way ticket, emergency visa to Vietnam, a non-extradition country, which Donna made clear on the call she didn't know she was being recorded on. Yeah, no, I don't believe she's coming back at all. Where were they going? Anne Cunningham said, which is Mr. Gutterson's partner, and Anne is Donna's best friend. She said that we don't know where, you know, where they would go, like where they would go from there. We don't know either. Where would they go from there?
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes. Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were.
I was aware they were going to return.
Under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Donna's like, ask him about, what is it? What is it? Here we go. Next question.
Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were trapped.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that
Yes.
might prevent them from
By the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said...
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To
York?
the best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down to
My
Florida to
services
do
may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is, whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No questions, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey, Guay, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
We can skip forward at least. So we've just skipped forward about 5 minutes. So let's see. I just want to see on this list again. Kelsey, who now? There we go. Roloff Digital Forensics. Kelsey, let's put the name on here. So it's spelled Kelsey like this. Okay, let's write it for you. Kelsey, G-U-A-Y. And she works at what? Roloff Digital Forensics. Digital. In case you weren't here earlier, I asked Grizzly Cat, I bothered Grizzly Cat over the weekend saying, hey, we need the the defense witness list, okay? Everyone's asking. Thank you, Grizzly Cat. So yeah, we got the potential list. I read through all of that earlier, and so that's where I'm getting the name from. Roloff, what are they gonna say? Right? Okay, let's just, what I'm gonna do is just skip forward like this. Okay, now I'm gonna refresh the feed again. It always helps to do that. Okay. They're actually going to put on a whole defense, right? Wow, for moral support. Moral support, said that witness. We'd do anything, anywhere. Anytime. Managing the real estate properties. Is that who was going to help with that? Okay, interesting. Yeah, Stefan says, and she has a presentation. Oh dear. Is this going to be about, what do you think it's going to be about, this next witness? Who works for, apparently, Roloff Digital Forensics. Oh my goodness. So what's that about? I think it could be about the email address being Donna and Harvey's and saying that you can't prove that it's Donna that sent certain emails, or the whole "I'm outside your house" text message to Charlie Adelson, which happened on the very day that Dan Markel was shot. That night, Donna said to Charlie, "I'm outside your house." Harvey was apparently driving the car, and they were allegedly dropping off cash. How do we know? From all the other testimonies. From Katherine Magbanua also saying, "Sure, the cash was dropped off there." And it was wet. It had been washed. So, Alex says, what a great picture of Dan. Justice for you in this trial too, Dan. Well, yeah, justice for Dan Markel. Thank you so much for being a member for 28 months. Giovanna says, moral support. They just left the courtroom, not going to sit there. Well, let's see if they're back. Are they Dan? Interesting. Very loyal friends. Definitely very loyal friends. Do they know everything about the evidence, though? I don't think so. Maybe they'll be really, truly shocked if Donna's convicted, right? Okay. Just what do you want to see? Okay. Oh, now we wait. Let's see if you answered my question. What do you think this next witness will be about? West Texas gal said, these two witnesses felt that Charlie was innocent based on evidence they did not hear. Well, yeah. Right? Also, Heidi said earlier, Lincoln was not the youngest grandchild. Rob and Charlie's kids are all younger. I think Rob's are older. They're about 4 to 5 years older than Dan and Wendy's two kids. But yeah, Charlie, he has a son who I think now is maybe 6 years old or so. And Heidi Finn said, I'm guessing those kids didn't count to Donna? Well, allegedly not. My word. And are some of these character witnesses to counteract what someone like Rob Adelson said, Donna's eldest? Donna apparently told friends she was very, very worried about Rob Adelson's testimony, very worried about their strange son testifying against her. And I think his testimony was absolutely brilliant. Dawny Holland said they wouldn't testify if they knew everything, of course. If they never even heard Donna speaking badly about Dan Markel, were they really best friends there? Because Donna sure did that a lot based on what we saw at the trial, right? Yeah, author Theodora said they didn't know the evil side of their best friends. Scary, huh? You just don't know. You just don't know what people could be up to. Scrappy XFL said a friend will help you move. A good friend will help you move bodies. Right, Donna? Oh, my word. Yeah, Book Mama said for whatever it's worth, I don't tell my best friend everything. I think that's probably wise. What else do you guys say? Bianca T said I meant to say blame it on Charlie. Yeah. I think they're blaming a lot on Wendi. Seems like the strategy. I was very intrigued when Luis Rivera also pointed the finger at Wendi, saying Wendi, he believes, provided information about Dan Markel's whereabouts, like where he would that he would be out of town the next day. So that was interesting. Definitely some interesting moments throughout this trial, right? What do you think is the most compelling evidence that they have against this defendant, Donna Adelson? She's charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Which sounds very hectic based on lots of circumstantial evidence. But her son, Charlie, there's lots of wiretap calls and all that, he was convicted of all of those. He got LWOP'd. Emmy said Gutterson was not a bad witness. Did someone say he was a bad witness? Okay. You said he's fond of Harvey and Donna and doesn't know them in that crime light. They socialize as good friends and under social settings as seniors normally do. Well, I guess all people normally do. You said they don't know. Oh my word, defense. We are so ready for the next witness. I'm a Grizzly said the bump and the calls. Okay, so now you guys are answering the next question. The first question I asked was, what do you think this next witness is going to testify to as a potential digital forensics expert? My second question is, and feel free to answer both now, is what do you think is the most compelling evidence that the state has presented against Donna Adelson? I'm a Grizzly said the bump and the calls. To me, it's the bump, the calls, the bribery in jail. I'm outside your house. Why are you outside Charlie's house on the day that Dan Markel was shot? And then Katherine Magbanua says that's how she got the cash. Whew, that was hectic evidence, you know? The fleeing to Vietnam on a one-way ticket.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Guay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns, so things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, They don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I've probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience.
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data, just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records, so that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data, so essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods, some of them duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records, so there's a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct, from like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides, so I kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Can you pull it up, please?
Bring up the charts.
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. And if you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So, what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the records started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26, Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information, and in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds and 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial, but this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I can make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart?
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
You could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best. I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call, the elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. And that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network.
What? I wonder where this will lead. Ellen Schroeder said, wat het dit met die prijs van eiers te doen? Rarig. Which means, what does this have to do with the price of eggs? Really? We don't know yet. Where is this going? Is this because of the call that Sigfredo made to Harvey? I don't know, man. Where is this? What are they going to debunk? What are they going to try to debunk over here? And can we maybe see some of the slides, please?
We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CFNA, which is call forwarding, it wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay, and what does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have come into her phone and gone to voicemail. Then those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So,
And on behalf of the jury, we ask, what does it mean?
as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
Okay. And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20th. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event. Did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's, to me, the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be you answer but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it, but I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
So basically any incriminating calls between Donna and Charlie are out because they couldn't be found? Is that the strategy? I don't know, man. Also, thank you that I could just quickly go and feed the cats. They're so cute. It's 5 o'clock here in Switzerland and they gotta be fed.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please. So
this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range, and I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contained data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so get the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
And there it is, trying to disprove that she was actually at Charlie Adelson's house because of that time gap that the defense brought up, even though Donna puts herself at Charlie Adelson's house saying, "I'm outside your house." That would pretty much debunk any of the other stuff. But okay, let's hear it.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Bring on the cross.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with, on the following slide, that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 1057, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 1053, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone,
Okay.
but if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct, that's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so...
Do you have them with you?
The original documents, I do.
Laptop, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to object this if you want the scope of direct.
Please approach.
Oh dear. No, Your Honor, don't show her that. We just want to focus on what we want to focus on. We provided this witness limited information. Don't show her anymore. Okay.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Guay, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
Do you mind pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson?
Of course.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a minute to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you'd...
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number that we not do it so that it can be published in the media. If we can.
That's fine. Ms. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that date.
You can approach the witness and show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to get to the 18.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay. 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay. That's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Sure.
Please show it to her anything.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Interesting. Interesting.
And that would be like in the afternoon.
They're like bringing that up now, you know, after the first two witnesses. Do you see a call to Annie Cunningham? No, I don't. Oh, okay. Moving on.
Evening or night that night? Of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk?
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
In comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20.
Right. Jerry Letmore says discrediting the defense's witness is a power move that the defense was not so expecting. They should know these 2 ladies don't miss a thing.
Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than 1 line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you take out, if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for, like for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates, so that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted, okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation.
This is so brilliant. Oh my word, the questions being asked, not comfortable for the witness, but damn, the prosecution is good. This is Attorney Sarah Dugan that's doing the cross-examination here. Southern Calibre said, what a question, Sarah. You go, girl. I mean, damn.
And in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay. So, Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
The amount of hours on the total case? No. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Guay, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detail records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How do those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see what was being used for the data session. And
these data sessions, do they typically have a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's let's say you have your email and you have it set to give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's in airplane mode or off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Are we there yet? Put Donna on the stand.
Nothing further from Ms. Guay?
You may step down.
State to ask one more question.
What's that?
Would you permit the state to ask one more question?
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross. Please approach.
Yes, sir.
What? Is it approved? Is it not approved? The recross. Just go back a few seconds.
Yes, sir.
We need to go back a few more. Double checking. Yeah, Stefan says Donna's your only chance now.
Nothing further
Yes.
from Ms. Guay?
You may step down.
State to ask one more question.
What's that?
Would you permit the state to ask one more question?
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross. Please approach.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Sherry says it's Viber, not Viper. That that makes more sense. I'm like, Viper? Okay, let's go forward a little bit. Donna, it's time for you to get on the stand. This isn't going anywhere so far with your bestie and the bestie's partner, and then this digital forensics expert as the hardest you tried. Shim. No, Donna, you put yourself at Charlie's house, I'm outside your house. Charlie's like, I'm on my way.
Based on the witness's limited availability, I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
One question, let's go.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent question. Excellent question, because if she's calling other people, okay, normally, but then calling her bestie using WhatsApp, well, red flag. Little sassy, if so. And imagine if actually she didn't call Annie at all. Interesting, all right.
Direct. On that one point.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guay, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
That wasn't the one question, was it?
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
Guay, you may step down.
Thank you.
Was that like a mic drop or what?
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Who is it?
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Miss Cunningham is back. Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. Please report at 12:45.
Back at 12:45, okay. I almost thought he said 1:45. I'm like, what?
Everyone can be seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors, and we will resume with the testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Oh, yes. Sure. Well, was that impactful for the defense or what? I don't think so. Okay, so I'm asking what you'd like to do for the lunch break. They'll be back in about an hour and 5 minutes, hour and 10 till they start. So I have two choices for you. Or you can vote other. And if you vote other, you better put it there in the chat what it is. Number one, a Charlie and Donna jail call. The one I'm thinking of is one that Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis uploaded, and she called it talking smack about Wendi. Okay, so that's choice one. Choice two is Charlie's testimony at his trial. Since we might not actually see him on the stand, even if we do, it could be interesting then to compare. So I thought that could be fun to watch together. And 13% so far have said other, so what are you saying for other? Abby says spicy lunch. I did enjoy our spicy lunches, right? But Melissa says not helping, nope, not helping the defense one bit. Oh man, okay, wait, let me put up is the lunch break banner still here? Let's see. Nope, gotta find it, hold on 1 second. Because now it's called lunch break. Okay. So is it gonna be spicy? Is it gonna be snarky? A lot of cranky pants in the chat today. Did you guys not have a good long weekend or what? I hope you're all okay. I hope your snarky pants are being washed so that your cranky pants can be changed out, in this lunch break. Put the snarky pants back on. Choice two. Okay, vote on the poll. Vote on the poll. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, 38% are saying Charlie and Donna jail call, and 51%, if you're watching live with me, are voting Charlie's testimony at his trial. Huh? Oh man. Okay, let's also see what other are saying, because there's 11% saying other. Okay, yeah. Push this. I hope Donna takes the stand and spills the tea on Wendi. Oh my word. Spill the tea. So let's put this trial day here. I'm going to give it 1 more minute to vote. 1 more minute. Go. Okay. Sussex Sandra said, I'm going to start making dinner, vegetarian lasagna. Yes, please. Yes, please, to that. For all of us. Is that so? Okay. Yeah. Soliada says smugness in all its glory. Charlie was so smug on the stand. Okay, let's see how this is going. Ooh, it's close, eh? It's close. 50% say Charlie's testimony is trial, 40% Charlie and Donna jail call. Okay, a lot of you are voting for the let's see. And by testimony, I mean what his story was. The cross-examination was absolutely epic as well. So here we go. Same judge. Okay, so spicy lunch today. The tribe has spoken. I do love Survivor. Do you also? Okay, the tribe has spoken. This in this scenario is the Grizzly tribe, and you have voted for 49% Charlie's testimony at his trial. All right, here it is. So Charlie's testimony at his trial was on. Hold on, which day was this? I mean, his trial was in November of 2023. This was live on November 2nd of 2023. Okay, and my source today is Law and Crime. I will link this all in the description box. I always link my sources. I always tag them and all of that, okay, if you want to watch it without any commentary. So here we go. Yeah, Titanic, and I can't just play other people's stuff without asking their permission. Sometimes it goes really well, other times not so much. Some people don't like all of that attention. So, okay, let's play this. We would have played the other one too. Gigi is great. She said we could play anything we want. She's amazing. Pretty Lies and Alibis. Okay, so I'm going to put a banner. There's Charlie's. And there's Dan Rashbaum, who was his attorney, who was going to be Donna's attorney. I'm sure Donna's upset that he's not her attorney, but because of the conflict of interest, yeah, he had to quit on Donna. What is going on here? At this point, we also don't know if he's testifying at Donna's trial or not. He has been transported. He could have testified for the state. He wasn't called. He could be testifying for the defense. We don't know.
Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Everyone may be seated. My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Maestro's taking the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak.
Just know I'm going to be making commentary, okay? I am a commentator after all. I'm a YouTuber. If you don't like that, you could go and look at The Wall during lunch break on other feeds if you like. I'm going to be talking, okay? Because some people will be like, just stop interrupting. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to do so. And I'm so going to be talking about this guy. Look at him. Look at him. He just lied. Do you swear you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth? Yeah, you said I do. But you didn't. You lied a lot. So it's interesting to hear his defense because it'll give us a preview of Donna's potential defense. So they might stick to the same story of double extortion.
Loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katherine Magbanua to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, how do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
And then you got L-whopped, even though your mommy said, but you spoke so well. You were so good up there, Charlie. The jury didn't use their brains at all. They just looked at freaking George's power charts. Indy says, thank you, Gisela and Mods, for these trials. Thank you so much, Indy. Really appreciate it. Okay, of course he's nervous. He knew he was going to lie his ass off. And, yeah, get L-whopped. He didn't know he was getting L-whopped. He was truly surprised. The night before the verdict was reached, he gave away all his commissary items to his jail buddies, thinking, I'm out of here, guys. I'm free from tomorrow. And then they're like, guilty, guilty, guilty on all counts. And he's like, what? Sure.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was in the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother I wasn't real close with. My sister I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it, how would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard, and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go?
Also, if any of you feel like, oh no man, I've already seen this. We did not watch this together as a community. So I'm really enjoying watching this with you. Number 1. Number 2, please come back at 12:45 p.m. Eastern time, because that's when court will resume and the next witness will be called for the defense in Donna Adelson's case, okay? So make sure you set your alarm and you come back if you're watching live with us.
To high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
So did you start moonlighting before you started gaslighting, sir?
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that had worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that.
And that house is where?
On Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down, so I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office.
Piggyback or call cops potbelly pigs?
I would tell them I could stay as late as you need, and then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue, I would come into their office. I would just have an assistant stay, and when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days, and I would say 20%, 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
For the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I worked for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person, so he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash for the materials for the work that I did on them, and that was really just when I was doing favors, and it wasn't a
favors. Did you staple the money? Did your mother wash the money?
It was sporadic, sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school and college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
So I put another poll up if you're watching live with me. I said, do you want me to switch to Donna's pretrial poor me testimony, where she talked about her experience in jail and just how they're just giving her too many carbs and all of that, because that could also give us a preview of how she could be on the stand in her own trial. This is, of course, Charlie Adelson's trial. And it's interesting to hear the backstory, right? Where he studied, where he grew up, all of that he says when he's, building his confidence as his own attorney is direct examining him, right? But man, it was also a very feisty cross-examination. My word, Georgia ripped him a new one. So if you've never seen that, if you just go to YouTube and you say Charlie Adelson cross-examination, damn, it was quite something. So we could always watch that too, but right now my vote, the poll, the options are, want me to switch to Donna's pretrial poor me testimony? 39% say yes, go there now. 39% say yes, but for the second half of lunch. So if lunch is about an hour, we'll do half an hour of this and half an hour of that. We could also do some of this and some of the cross-examination and some of that. We could do it all. It could be a full fluff buffet, okay? And 22% actually said, no, watch this the whole time. Okay.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office, I would say every 4 to 6 weeks. And I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to.
I see many of you are voting for the full fluff buffet. So shall we watch like 5 more minutes of this? Then we'll switch to the cross-examination, see about 15 minutes of that or so, then we'll switch to Donna at her pretrial hearing, huh? That sounds like a plan.
10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to...
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought, since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it the...
fancy name.
We copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing...
That's nice. Let's go forward a bit.
Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now,
yeah, she wrote the checks.
Was there
We know Donna wrote the checks. 44 of them to Katherine Magbanua.
Any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life. But it was my life. I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but...
We know Charlie. You were the middle child. You could do whatever you wanted to do. Rob Adelson, not so much. Not so much. Your eldest brother, he didn't have the same experience at all.
How involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. And I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
Different issues? You mean like being obsessed with grandkids? I do not care if I pause him on those faces. For anyone other than the convicted or the defendants, obviously I'm more polite. I will make sure I pose them on flattering faces. Him, I don't care.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendi.
Do tell us about Wendi.
As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her, and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays. like every 3-4 months. You know, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I was here.
There came a time when Wendi started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them. But
They don't have much in common with you, meaning the shady life he was living. You mean they were, I don't know, professors, committed to their relationships, father material. Oh, yeah, okay.
that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama. I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them.
I think by her children, you mean their children. Thank you so much. So, okay, we're done with that bullcrap. Well, if you want to watch more of it, of course, the whole testimony is there on Law and Crime and Court TV, and I will link it for you, that specific segment I was playing now, okay? Now, what we're going to do is switch to the cross-examination, because we're doing a full fluff buffet. Normally when we watch trials together, we defluff, meaning we abbreviate. We start a bit later so we can skip over lunch breaks and coffee breaks. For this trial, however, I just couldn't. I didn't have the patience to wait, because it's like, oh my word, this trial is just, and it has been absolutely riveting. And it doesn't mean other trials aren't. It's just this one we had to watch live, okay? So yeah, we're having a full fluff buffet here. And this is literally called State Hammers Charlie Adelson in Hitman Conspiracy Murder Trial Cross-Examination. So Charlie's just been up there telling all these stories, you know, to Dan Rashbaum. Yeah, it's got the eyebrows on, the pouty face. And now, let's see the cross-examination, which was obviously from, well, let's just double check that, from the same day. It was November 3rd of 2023. Okay, so let's go like this.
Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
You have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Katherine Magbanua, and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Katherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Katherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay.
And that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Katherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. We've got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested.
And he does this round and round, like, I think she was extorting me. Now I think it. Here in 2023. But back then, didn't think it. That's his whole story of, like, she was, but I didn't know she was. Like, okay, so Georgia, she's got a lot to work with here, you know, to work on, to pick apart, because he just keeps saying that.
In 2016, right?
She does very well.
Yes.
All right, so for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail, awaiting trial, yes?
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls?
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
I asked. Is that your question? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when
the way that it repeats everything, are you asking me if anyone pulled a gun on me? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me. Okay, that was a lot of fluff there, Charlie. You could have just answered the question, hey?
Katherine Magbanua came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day, no.
Were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it.
You could have just said yes. Of course he's buying himself time with all these answers, just like, okay. Also, can you imagine if Georgia Kappelman cross-examines Donna, if Donna takes the stand? It's going to be like this. Donna better watch out. Really? She might take the stand. We don't know yet.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Yeah,
because I was being extorted for $1/3 million.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did, and there's a big difference between the two.
Why?
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific, please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, Doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me, and I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed.
Because he said so much, is that the way it's done? Look at him trying to come up with lies. Look at that face. Doctor, tell us.
Person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer, isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing? Or Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Katherine Magbanua, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay, Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell...
Oh my word. He goes round and round. Emmy said, if you are innocent, why not go to the police instead of paying? You can't get extorted if you are innocent. He knew he had to pay. He knew why he was being extorted. He took the bait and got caught. Yeah, and he wasn't being extorted, but according to his theory, yeah.
This jury that Katie was the blackmailer. You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night,
Okay.
so that night happened in
Doctor.
2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece. She's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe, sitting here in 2023,
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
sure. I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
Okay.
sitting here today, we can, sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, asked me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014, and I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend, and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone, she walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
She says he didn't even think of that.
All right.
But you called that other guy, the undercover cop, when his voicemail was, "Puta, I'm busy." Okay, sorry everyone for my language. Still want to change my voicemail to that. Did you know that in South Africa, the willful mutilation or defacing of currency, including through stapling, is illegal? Now, I was looking up because I'm South African, I live in Switzerland, that's why I look up those countries, right? Let me know if it's illegal in your country, look it up, right? In Switzerland, it's apparently not illegal, but it could fall under broader regulations. So you can't really do it. It's frowned upon, it seems like, but they could maybe charge you with something, who knows? You can't deface it, you can't mutilate currency. Wow, so you know what? Can we add an extra charge for them stapling the money, ruining its lifespan, okay? Anyway, so let's go here. We're going to listen to this for about 5 more minutes, and then we're going to switch to Donna for our full fluff buffet. Donna Adelson taking the stand at her pretrial hearing so that we can see a preview of her poor me syndrome when she felt very, very sorry for herself. Now that we actually did watch together as a community before, it's on the playlist, but we're going to watch some of that before they come back from lunch.
And then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendi, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right, but you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next
I
morning?
absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that...
Just pausing. Amelia says it's a federal law in the USA to not deface any money. Yeah, so you can't write on it, So Charlie, don't use your crayons on it, okay? But he stapled it. So I want to know, I'd like to petition that they charge him for that, for stapling the money. Him and Donna we need to add some charges there because they admit on the stand that they not only washed, okay, no, we don't know if she actually washed it, but the money was wet, but you laundered, literally, was it a gentle cycle, okay, the money, and stapled it. How dare you? Okay.
The text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Katherine Magbanua on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory.
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely, that's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day, I'm going to the pool, I'm going to the beach, I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking, there is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So it's relevant.
Matsuri.
I was telling my daddy at lunch that actually the thing that you guys couldn't hear, that one thing you couldn't extract, that's exactly what I was saying.
The only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
Yes.
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And
Put Harvey on
the
the stand.
Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for
Oh, yes.
No,
hundreds of hours on this wire.
there's always a chance that I was being listened to.
No, he didn't. Who cares about wiretapping? He knew there was always a chance he'd be listened to. Well, doubt that based on all the crap that you said.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. I mean, you were talking about
I
it.
whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
Nice. I whispered real quietly into his ear. Ew. We don't want to know, okay? Lacey, the little Grizzly, said, I fixed it all finally. Another milestone. Thank you so much for being a member, for your continued support. Really appreciate that, and happy Grizzlyversary to you.
And Katherine Magbanua and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I
But
confronted
if
her.
this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't
Right.
we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory
Yeah. I mean,
that you're talking about, the
if I
prior
think about it,
extortion?
then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning, what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Georgia says, yeah. Oh, okay. There's a call where I say it's not the same person, as who was extorting me. There's this double extortion. He's saying that Katherine Magbanua and the hitman extorted him, but that he was also double extorted because, of the undercover cop as well. So poor Charlie being double extorted. So it's like, oh, you want to know which call it was? And Georgia Keffelman, yeah.
The 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing.
I'm with you. Southern Calibi said, you mean tuto, tato, tatu, toto, tota, but you forgot the tatas, Southern Calibi. It's tuto, tato, and the tatas.
As the person that blackmailed me years ago, and has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct.
All right. So I want to go back to Wendi. Wendi is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on.
We'll make the switch in 4 minutes to hearing Donna Adelson, the snippet from her pre-trial hearing before they come back from lunch.
Day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't. She wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes.
A suitcase. Wendi just about cleared out the whole damn house when she filed for divorce. I think she took a suitcase with her. No, she was also added as a resident to Donna's house. So, okay.
She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel, than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendi, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendi and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
We saw it.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system? Yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So, like, wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know. There was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did
he call the Geek Squad? Huh? Did you also get a TV? Victoria George, thank you so much for upgrading your membership to Grizzly Super Supporter. That is so nice. Thank you so much for your support. What we're going to do now, because, you know, lunch break, it's not actually that long, which they'll be back in like 15 minutes. So we're going to watch a little bit of Donna Adelson's pre-trial hearing, where she decided to, in my opinion, do a practice run for her trial. Meaning, I think she got on the stand to try to practice this poor me, sweet little granny, okay, who could do no harm. Kelly Silver said, Charlie now wishes he had left town with his smarter brother and never talked to his parents again. Probably. But he also thought he's such a gangster, right? Okay, so now we're going to switch to this, where Donna, I mean, I wouldn't doubt she's going to walk up to the stand like this as well, hey. My goodness. So let me just quickly resize it while we wait for a second here. So it's long. She speaks for long, so we can't watch all of it. We're just going to watch 15 minutes just to get a preview of how she might behave on the stand at her own trial. Okay, here she was asking to be let out. Okay, she wanted to have bail. This no bail thing wasn't working for her, and she wanted to please just go home because she said the conditions in the jail are just absolutely terrible. Like, lady, look at your charges. She's been incarcerated in jail. She's been there since November 13th of 2023. So instead of checking in to wherever she was going in Vietnam, she got checked in to the other timeshare that Charlie now has, which is jail. Charlie's now actually in prison. Chrissy AP said, love you, Super G, and all the Grizzly family. Damn, thank you for being a member for 26 months. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here we go. Let's just check the date.
When you're ready,
Still same judge. Hold on, I just want to check the date of this. This happened February 27th of 2025. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress, you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses? Never. And how long have you been incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay. And where did you go following solitary?
To the N pod, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So.
And now we know that's where she was bribing people, writing scripts for people. Oh my word. Susan Worth, you also upgraded to Grizzly Super Supporter. Thank you so much.
So I was with 60 some odd other inmates, all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the in like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the in like Nancy pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next. There's no separation at all.
So one big.
And what kind of linen do they have, Donna? All open. Bunk beds? No way.
Open room,
One big open room with 66 beds, yes.
Okay. And how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay. Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the N pod?
No.
Was there one in the annex?
No.
Okay. I'd like to start the motion for a bond that we filed in this case. As the court indicated earlier, one of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, it's I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past. Do you mean prior to becoming incarcerated at the Leon County Jail?
Oh no, Donna, that's terrible. Now you don't have all the best doctors helping you out. You're in this jail in an open pod. Okay. You know who's suffering more, Donna? Dan Markel's family. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before you were incarcerated at the Leon County Jail, did you seek treatment for that condition?
Yes, I did.
And what type of treatment did you obtain for that?
So I saw my orthopedist, and he gave me a steroid injection in my spine.
Okay. How long were you suffering from the sciatic condition prior to becoming incarcerated?
How long the last episode was?
Before you were incarcerated in jail, For how many years had you been suffering with the sciatic issue?
So no, I had it last about 10 years ago. I haven't had it all this time.
Okay.
But then it recurred a few months ago.
Okay, and what was the treatment that you were provided prior to your incarceration for your sciatic condition?
It was the steroid injection, and within 48 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. It was amazing.
And where did they do the steroid injection? Where's that in your body?
In my spine.
In your spine. Okay. Is that an outpatient procedure, inpatient?
Yes, outpatient.
Outpatient. Okay.
You have a spine? I don't know. I thought she was some spineless creature, but all right. In your spine. They found your spine? That's amazing. They don't seem to be able to find it in jail, though. No, I don't think you have. I don't think you have one there. England said, "Thou shalt not kill," in any language, by the way. Thank you so much for your sticker.
All right. And during the course of time that you've been in the Leon County Jail, did you start to experience the sciatic pain again?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do when you started to experience that pain?
I wrote a sick call, and I went to see the doctor.
Okay. Where do you get these sick call forms from?
From the nurse.
Okay. And when do you have the opportunity to see a nurse to get the sick call forms?
Well, they come twice a day. They come in the morning and they come in the evening.
Okay. And we'll get to what those times are at a later point. But if you don't get a form from a nurse, is there another way to obtain it that you're aware of?
No, that's the only way I've ever gotten it is from a nurse.
Okay. Do you recall?
Thank you so much, Susan Worth, for your $20 super chat. Guys, they're coming back from lunch any minute now, but we're going to watch this until they do, okay? Because sometimes they're a little late, sometimes the defense is not ready yet. I don't know who's going to be on the stand, but they say cross-examination could take some time. Is it Charlie Adelson? Are the last two witnesses of the day, they didn't say it's the last two, I'm just guessing, okay? Is it Donna and Charlie? Put Charlie on the stand and then Donna. Thank you so much again, Susan. I also, even though I always feel like, why do we need to clarify this? Some people think we need to. We're not snarking at people who are wise in their years and might be suffering from pain, or anyone suffering from pain at all, or that can relate to the specific condition she's talking about. No, we're snarking at her, specifically her, and this whole poor me syndrome she's got going on, which I think was a dry run for her trial. I think she'll be like this on the stand. Don't you think? That she's going to try to get the jury to feel as sorry for her as possible? That she's just a poor, sweet, sweet granny who could never hurt a fly, right? Thank you so much, Psych RN, for your sticker as well.
Approximately how far into your incarceration you started having the sciatic issues again?
I didn't have it until I was in the annex, so that was sometime over the last, I've been there 6 months. I don't remember the specific date, but I didn't have it before the annex.
Okay, and once you started experiencing it in the annex, did you complete a form to see medical attention?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as a result of completing that form, did you have an opportunity to meet with someone in the medical center at the Leon County Jail?
I saw the doctor there, yes.
And what happened?
And I explained what I had, and she said, we do not treat that type of problem. We could offer you some Tylenol.
Look at Donna's face. They were offering me Tylenol in this establishment. How dare they not have specialists on call for my medical issues?
And did they provide you with Tylenol?
They did.
And has that relieved you of the pain that you suffer?
No, it's Tylenol. It's not going to do what I need to have done. No.
Okay. So sometime since you've been in the annex, you made your first request for treatment for the sciatic issue. Have you requested treatment more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any additional opportunities to meet with any of the medical staff regarding this pain?
No.
Okay. What happens when you request treatment and you don't get to see them? Do they tell you that you're not going to be allowed to see them again? What happens?
No. Usually I wait a week, and if I don't hear anything, then I'll write another one, and I'll write, this is a second request, or this is a third request. And then I think they said I think I got an answer. They sometimes just answer it and give it to the pod officer, and she'll hand out papers at night, which is the response to your requests. And on that one, they said, you're already getting pain medication for this. That was the Tylenol.
And the pain medication is just regular Tylenol?
Regular Tylenol.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to speak to someone in medical care regarding potential way to resolve some of the pressure in your leg for use of a medical mattress?
Yes. While I was down with the doctor,
She's definitely going to do that skit on on the stand, isn't she? I think she's going to be just like this, but with her cardigan on.
Doctor, during one visit, she said, you know what might be helpful, because you're sleeping on metal and the mattress is maybe a ½ inch thick, maybe. She said what would help is if I could get a medical mattress for you. I had never heard that term before, but I said, okay, if you think it'll help, that would be great. And she left the room, she went into another room, and then she came back in and said, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea, but they don't have it here, so my best thoughts for you would be to get a second mattress, so it'll thicken it a little bit, and that might give you some relief at night.
Okay. And did you obtain a second mattress?
I did.
And this was while you were in the annex?
While I was in the annex.
How did you get the additional mattress?
So the pod officer asked one of the inmates to go where they have extra mattresses. They have piles of 20, 30 mattresses there, to go get one of the extra mattresses and put it on my bed so that I had the extra mattress.
Okay.
And did all your jail buddies, did they like that? Did they extort you? Did they mock you? How was it, Donna? Do tell us.
And during the time that you were allowed to have the additional mattress, did you get any relief?
Yes, at night, because I used to get the pains even if I was just lying down. And that definitely relieved some of the pain at night, so that was good.
Okay. And at some point, did they take the additional mattress away?
Yes, so on February 3rd, I was moved out of the annex to protective custody in the main jail building. And since I've been there, the officer removed the second mattress. Okay. She said, why do you have this? And
Oh no, she lost her second mattress. Let me quickly find this one. We're still waiting for court to come back. I want to quickly find this one part where, if we go like this, okay. There, 236-ish. Okay, let's go here. Okay.
Breathing, and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
I know it. I guess it sounds like heavy breathing. It's shortness of breath. I've never had that before. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I've gained more than 1/3 of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein, and you know, when you get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread, that's your dinner. It's very typical of what we get. And we have had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds. But otherwise, there's no, I mean, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to do stretches or wall push-ups or anything, she says, this is not an exercise room, there's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop you.
Oh my
One of these
word.
issues at a time.
Oh my.
So,
Jackie, one of these issues at a time, please, Donna. Just calm down, okay? Calm yourself. She's like, yeah, we get like cornbread and spaghetti and mashed potatoes. Ma'am, you know that a lot of people in the world are starving. Okay, but that aside, Donna, really? You're gonna complain you get too many carbs? Oh my goodness, this poor me, Donna. I'm telling you, man, I can expect this on the stand. So her best shot at trying to get some sympathy out of the jury. This was her practice run, in my opinion. Let's see what she does, if she does get on the stand. Cop always said, this is not a spa. Oh, sure though, because she got 2 mattresses. She got mashed potatoes, cornbread, and spaghetti. Can't even do wall pushes.
With respect to the time period when you've been
No wall sitting, no squats, lunges, or anything for you.
in the annex, which was from August of 24 until recently February of 2025, was it your understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times?
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day, per week, per week.
Okay, and during your time in the annex, did you experience a week where you got 3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
Okay. How many times did you go outside?
And she doesn't say we have rec time. She says they don't take us outside. Donna, you're not a groomed poodle and you don't need to be taken on a walk. They are not going to escort you out into the lovely gardens of the jail where you're accused of horrendous crimes. Accused, yes, not yet convicted, but still, they've got something. They've got probable cause to have you there. They don't even take us outside. Oh, and she's like, the jail handbook says, oh, you read the menu, did you?
While you're in the annex.
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson,
Yes.
we have 30 minutes left in the hearing. Ms. Fulford, I understand your client is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Okay, we're going to move off of that then. I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower, and we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. The first incident that took place in the shower, could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yeah, so I always, there's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you'd have at the other ones, and so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower, and I was washing my hair, and I was the only one in the shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy, and so I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I felt a hand go up my back, like from the top of my butt up my back, and I yelled, "Stop it!" and I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here!" And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there.
Oh my word. Okay, court is back. Looks like a sidebar, but let's switch to that. You've seen a good preview of what we might see on the stand, especially when they said that there's the strategy about the jail informants. Is this the strategy? Shaking, crying, all of that? Seems that they were late back from lunch because they could not locate Donna Adelson's scrunchie. And we all know she does like a scrunchie after lunch. Okay, so let's just put this back on here and make it look nice again. How about that? And let's see, the judge did say something briefly here. Wait, go back like a few minutes here, a few seconds. There we go, just to hear what happened. So, okay. Okay, don't worry, just a few seconds, the judge will be on the screen, and then we'll hear what he said, and then we can move on from there. I will link all of those lunchtime things that we watched in the description box.
All right. Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay, putting Miss Cunningham back on the stand? Really? The bestie's going back on the stand?
Approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
Okay, approaching on scheduling matters. While we're here, let's boost it. Okay. Scheduling matters. What does that mean? Is Charlie running late? Indy, you were looking for the short, but is it not right there? It's right here. Indy says, I was looking for your shorts video. It's right here. I'll put it in the chat. Just go to my shorts. YouTube shorts to specify. Okay, and it's 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th most recent one. What is it? What is going to happen? Look at Georgia just hanging out back here like, I hope the defense presents the entire case today, rests, and then tomorrow we can come back with a clean slate for either rebuttal witnesses or closing arguments and verdict watch. But you never know. They could be presenting witnesses for the defense's case for a while, for a few days. So thank you for spending the lunch hour with me. If you didn't spend it with us, then welcome back. Told you to be back at this time. So most of you were here, so thank you. We're going to wait to see now. Okay, so Anne Cunningham is going to take the stand again, probably because of the cross-examination of the digital forensics expert. Interesting. Okay, so let's hear. And then we'll see which other witnesses they have, right? Susan Worth, thank you so much for your $10 sticker. Darcy said, running late, isn't he in custody? Yes, I was being sarcastic. Yeah, Charlie's in custody. Okay. So, while we wait, hold on. I'll show you the YouTube short that I was referring to because maybe many of you missed it. Look at Donna. Donna, your headphones, they're the wrong way around, lady. Can't hear a damn thing like that, especially this side. The other side looks okay. What's going on with this ear here? Okay, sure, Donna. Flip that over. Judge, please. Shim, Donna.
Is there another?
So that was the YouTube short someone was just asking about. Go check out my shorts. I try to find highlights as well, you know, from the trial day. If you have highlights that you recommend I make shorts from of our trial days together, you can email me with a timestamp. Just send me the link and send me the timestamp. Then I could do that. I'm always looking for those moments that we had together that I think we'll never forget. Erin says, I laughed so hard when I saw this. I mean, Donna. And when I say shim, maybe some of you are like, what the hell are you saying? You know how we say shame, which we say a lot in South Africa, right? Well, another way of saying that is shim, which is just with a different accent in South Africa. Shim. Yeah, just like saying shame. Stefan said, that's hilarious. I had to watch this 10 times. Oh, man. Yeah, we had some double G time there. Donna and that earphone. Oh, my goodness. Her head's flipping it the wrong way around. Ma'am, can you hear a thing? Sure, the judge is here. Talking a lot. What's happening? What's the plan? Tell us the plan. The suspense today. My goodness, right? Mandy says, I almost choked on my coffee at that short. Today, I actually made a short where I was showing you the highlight of Louis Rivera saying Wendi gave Katherine Magbanua information. That was interesting. Okay, Judge, let's hear it. What is it?
You can bring in the jurors at this point.
Not until later this afternoon. I'll let you know.
Whale Chelsea said, I remember Georgia without, I guess you mean Sarah Dugan right at the beginning of these trials. Am I right in my memory? I don't know. I'll have to go check that as well. It's the 4th trial. I remember Georgia. I think Sarah was there. Let me know if you guys watched all the trials. Yeah, Vicky says, going to ask her what app she used to talk to Donna. Mm-hmm.
For everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again.
I see at least half of you have checked if your like button works. If you haven't checked yet, just give it one tap, see if it works.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Recall Andy Cunningham.
Look at Donna's face. Okay, Ann Cunningham back on the stand. Donna's bestie, here we go.
Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what? That you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay. And she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall if she made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Doesn't
asked, or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like to see
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th?
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh?
Oh my. Oh, Georgia. Now it's Georgia. Okay, doing the cross-examination. Previously it was Sarah Dugan cross-examining the witness. Oh my word. Are you aware that WhatsApp didn't have voice calls until, then it must have been Viber.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination of the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right.
Shit,
We
back
are
to the
certain
airport
she's
she
good to leave
goes.
at this point. Have a safe travel.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Defense would call Richard Schragin.
Okay. Richard Schragin. Doesn't say his role or what he does, but probably a friend or what.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Schragin.
Mr. Schragin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Okay. Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay, and what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay.
So is it his wife that was in the background on the call that was recorded when Donna thought she hung up? Because it could be. It could be. Maybe that's what we're getting to. Put your wife on the stand, sir, because remember the hot mic moment, do I have to explain it again? Where Donna thought she hung up the call with Charlie, but it was still recording, and then she was telling friends in the room all about her plans to escape to a non-extradition country. It was an attorney and her husband in the room and somebody else. Oh, your wife's an attorney, you said? Okay, we're listening.
Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harvey was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did, 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
See, it was. Susan was the name of the lady in the background. And Susan is the lawyer. And this is her husband. These are the people that were in the room when Donna had that hot mic moment. Thank you, Tom Scarab, for your sticker. Oh, so, okay, any consequences for helping them book a one-way ticket? I don't know. Sir, be careful now.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Never going to happen. January travel is always going to be mighty expensive. Sorry, I don't buy it.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
Because they get arrested?
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
Your Honor, may we ask for 2 pairs of silver bracelets? sorry, one for this man and then also one for Harvey. Okay, thank you.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
I stand corrected. 3 pairs of silver bracelets. Also, we need one for the attorney who advised Donna, you can travel, you can go to a non-extradition country. Okay, allegedly.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendi working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
Conveniently, they live closer after eliminating their dad. Hello. You know? And according to Donna, Dan was a little too Jewish. So this is not helping. Sure, okay, breathe.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
Sorry to bring it up all the time, and sorry you too, but a typical Jewish grandmother who made Nazi jokes. I'm just saying, okay? Donna is not the... No. She's not on, should be on no pedestal. Okay. Blue Star said, feels so coached how he's remembering his wife talking about Donna's dress. I know, right?
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah?
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Look at Donna, look at Donna. Firstly, she didn't find her scrunchy during lunch, but she's also, she nods, yes, we were, and then looks at the jury. You believe me, right? You believe my buddy over here, right? Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
You got in defense?
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer.
Yes.
Because you were more computer savvy than these two.
Correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further.
Does she organize non-kosher food for her daughter's wedding to a Jewish man? The one she picked out on JDate4, which is Jewish, a Jewish dating site. Okay? Donna targeted Dan Markel because he's Jewish. Professor, she's like, check, check. Yeah, Wendi, you're going to be with this guy. They have kids. You know, they get married, they have kids. But at the wedding, Donna is responsible for the catering and she organizes non-kosher food. Oh, sure. A typical sweet, sweet Jewish granny. Ah, Georgia, she brought it, huh?
Questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, that's true as well. Sarcasm for days. Said, hadn't Wendi already stopped communication at that point? I'd be surprised if she'd invite Donna to the bar mitzvah. That's a good point. Right? And remember Donna's text message, you could just bury me in the dress that I was going to wear to the bar mitzvah. So you weren't coming back. Right? Yeah, Heidi says Donna missed the bar mitzvah because she was in jail. That too, but she probably wouldn't have been invited. Okay.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
Okay. And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question. Okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, let him read it to us.
Okay.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Did you suggest a non-extradition country, a one-way ticket, because it would be cheaper, which never. Round trip's always going to be cheaper, okay, especially at that time of year. Just suggestions. Okay. Those were some shady suggestions, sir.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe his wife will take the stand now.
Please call your next witness.
The defense would call Tehronna Khan.
Tehronna Khan.
Testimony you will give today will be the truth.
I did.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tehronna Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations. As far, not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts, so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay, and that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay, and how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in it.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember?
Okay, so for those who missed it, Patricia Byrd is one of the jail informants that testified for the state and spilled a lot of tea. So go watch that if you missed it. All the days are timestamped for you, so you can just see exactly. I can't remember exactly which day she was on. I'm getting the accent now too. I'm in Tallahassee now, everyone. I'm Floridian. So I think it was on day 6 before the state rested. So if you just go check the timestamps in the pinned comments or description box, you will see it there. She was saying basically Donna was bribing her for, she was offering dental work, money, a trailer, land, all sorts of things to testify for her, but to like lie on the stand, right? Okay, so.
When that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Ms. Byrd was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Ms. Byrd, did you tell Ms. Byrd that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Okay. Specifically, did you tell Ms. Byrd that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did
for me?
Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Byrd on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Why did you interview Miss Byrd?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known. No.
Okay. So you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it that way.
No.
All right. And did you record your interview with Ms. Byrd?
No.
Pity.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it, though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there.
The jail does allow that.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
No, sir.
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Kahn. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Varnes.
I'm quite surprised by the defense strategy today with all these witnesses. Were you expecting this? And I says, we want Donna, please. Yes, we do. First Charlie, then Donna, please.
DDIE.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
And how long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
I'll come around that. What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
I like it. Market. It's pretty much how I do it. Got it. That's all I can say.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Now there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think it's a bit interesting how the defense is choosing to defend so hard against the jail informants? Because, while we were watching, initially a lot of people were like, oh no, these people are not credible. Okay, they'll say anything to get a lighter sentence and all of that. But you see, as time went on, especially with a second jail informant, when the jail daughter took the stand, then we learned about bribery on paper. And they had a handwriting analyst confirm that, yeah, Donna was bribing these people. But if the defense, I would think a strategy would be just leave that there, because there's a very good chance most people would just not put too much weight in that. But yet they did. And this puts even more focus on it, in my opinion, right? And there's things that they said that they wouldn't have known unless Donna told them.
Tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katherine Magbanua had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
I don't believe him.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke.
I'm going to say German swear words. Oh, Scheiße. Scheiße. You were instructed by the defense not to record that? That's weird. That's sus. How are we supposed to believe anything you say now?
I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss Magbanua?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss Magbanua, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, Absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, someone says I can't wait for cross. They have me in that. Here we go.
So, Mr. Varnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanua basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that Magbanua had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanua used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird After all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do
their
you know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Ms. Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
Direct examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Right. Stefan says PIs know that they have to get evidence. Example, recording. Sir, what kind of PI is like, oh, okay, defense attorney, you don't want me to record it? Okay, I won't. I'm just going to go in there and just write down a few things. And why not record it? Right?
Mr. Varnes.
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Byrd said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Byrd said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
No, object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Objection to relevance as to what he would be surprised by.
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Byrd on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Byrd was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness. Harry said, gee, I don't think I could listen to half of this rubbish if I wasn't with you all. Great channel. Thank you so much, Harry. We're in it together.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Who is it? Did you guys feel that made an impact on Donna's defense? I think it did. A negative one. Did it help her? Not at all. That was sus. Oh my, who have we here?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Okay.
Everyone can be seated. Ceremony will just step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
Wait, what the the heck just happened? Sorry, let's go back and see. Okay, approach, and then Cherry says, "Hey, defense, do you have a witness?" Philly said, "Not recording looks so suspicious." I know, right? Okay. I'm waiting for the judge to come back. Let's not go forward now. To the jury room they go. Okay. Barbara, thank you for being a member for 28 months. Stefan said Sarah and Georgia went straight to the judge. Yeah, what do we have here?
Everyone can be seated. Sarah, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
Oh my word, somebody's gonna get scolded. Is it Donna?
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
Hey, do you wish to be heard?
I like the judge's face. He is a grizzly, huh? The judge, how long was he sitting in the courtroom? We were looking for him. We looked in the hallway. We looked everywhere. Ma'am, he was right behind you. Look in the courtroom. That's quite a turn of events.
Yes, sir.
What's that? What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness. 10-minute break. At least we're 5 minutes behind, so we can go forward. Oh, that was quite hectic, eh? 15 to 20 minutes. Witness is there, like, all right, what's going on here? Let's listen to all of this. Sir, you're not supposed to be there in the courtroom. My goodness. Wow, okay. Yeah, defense. It's a little coming across a little shady at this point, hey? Maybe it's time to rest. None of this is, I don't know if it's, how does it build trust with you guys? How does it feel? I'm a little worried. Are they warming everyone up for, put lots of, okay, and like, you know, how would I say this? Put lots of people on the stand, making the jury a little tired. Maybe there's a little bit of shady so that Donna seems more credible. When she takes the stand, is that the strategy? Okay, so, I mean, why did they not prep the witness to tell him where to be, not to be in the courtroom, you know, set some boundaries just in case, especially because the case is important, right? Erin says, starts from the top. Tina said, this is not helping her case at all. Abby said, we want Donna first. Yeah. Debbie says, oh, not a realtor, had the finance specialist, had the real estate specialist, besties, that all these witnesses traveled together. Yeah. And I think Donna manipulated a lot of these people, including the friends that were on the stand, you know. I think maybe they really believed all the things that Donna told them. You know what I mean? I think Donna is the one in common that's very manipulative, in my opinion. Court Locus says, go bailiff. Yeah, the bailiff's like 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. Wow. Interesting. So, England said, they're trying to tire the jury, something that nagged at me all morning. It's not going to work, in my opinion. Aaron said he should have checked in with someone on the defense team with the text when he arrived. Well, that as well, but it's the defense's responsibility, right? Buckle up, everyone.
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name, Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes.
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes. He did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendi and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly?
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect from the witness?
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly.
If only he
Please
knew the
call your next
significance
witness.
of the Halloween reference. If he knew the significance, I don't think you'd laugh that much, sir. Halloween of 2013 is when Charlie was talking to Katherine Magbanua and the plot was starting there to harm someone, you know?
Defense would call Detective Joshua Turner.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Can you show it to us? Make it interesting. Maybe this is their way of not putting Donna on the stand, putting a whole other defense, you know, lots of, a variety of witnesses so that the jury is not like, huh, so they just rested and didn't put Donna on the stand? I don't know. Maybe that's part of the defense. Let's put all these other people on.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule of completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
So we're about to see this detective interview Drina Bernhardt about her time in the pod with Donna. Stephanie said it's about the number of people testifying, not the credibility for the defense. It seems like the number of people you know, Donna. Bless your heart, this isn't working. Okay, I went slightly forward.
Judge, so that I could use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
Okay.
Please point out Donna in the pod.
So, Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
The video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
There's Donna. Jail cam. Can't we have this 24/7 as a channel? For all jails. Oh, my word.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
I like this one.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
This this one was speaking to Drina just before Drina went there, and you could just tell Drina's like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. And so she's side-eyeing all the I'm not looking. We could see you, ma'am. You're looking.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
And in case anyone thinks, why can't I show more of it? We can only see this, exactly how it is. This is the edge of the screen. I wish we could see more of Donna. See how she's chatting it up with her jail daughter. So they want to prove that, I think they want to prove that Drina coerced Donna over to the table and manipulated her into what? Manipulated Donna into bribing her. How dare she? I take back my suggestion for jail cam. Boring AF. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is Donna Adelson sitting at a table with Drina Bernhardt, having a conversation that we can't hear. Mic drop for the defense. Shame. Is this lady playing cards by herself? Or what? Solitaire? Stefan said, will they show the whole afternoon of this tape? I'm a little worried about how long this will go on, since the judge said, let's play it in its entirety. I'm like, how long is its entirety?
Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video.
Okay.
Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
So do you mean the writing didn't happen? Because we saw it, sir. Donna is sitting here. Here's the chair that her buddy's on, right here. That she moved herself without looking like she was in pain, as she described, having so much pain. Okay, she's right here, and this is Drina Bernhardt, who testified on day 6 of the trial. I mean, the state had a handwriting analyst to prove that what was written in that notebook was written by Donna, a script of what Drina was supposed to testify to, or for her.
Can you explain to the jury what Miss Bernhardt just did?
Meaning, if this moment here is not showing her writing it, Donna writing anything, it doesn't mean it was written on this day. They could have just been discussing things amongst themselves to write down later.
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Miss Bernhardt's writing on the piece of paper.
Correct.
But we know that at some point Donna wrote on a piece of paper or in that notebook. So it does this is, oh my word. This is really, what a waste of time. We know that Donna wrote it. Maybe not on this day, maybe on another day. They've already proven this. We know that Drina didn't write the script. We know Donna wrote the script.
writing at this point?
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, please. We almost watched the whole
13:26.
afternoon.
Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
14:17. Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
Sir, it is her notebook after all that Donna wrote in. That was proven. Drina can write in her own notebook. It doesn't mean that that page she's writing on was the script. My word, I couldn't eye roll anymore.
$14.33. She's still writing?
Yes.
Now, 14:46. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Fast forward to 16:42. Did Miss Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Bernhardt is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50.
So this is what? Donna sitting here by herself writing? Okay.
What do we see Miss Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay. $41.24. What do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
It could be a commissary list for all we know. Sugar Cookie says, hashtag nothing burger. I add hashtag annoying to that. Right? This is so...
4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
Just to clarify, sometimes I just say words without actually verb. I just say it very fluffy. Okay, you'll have to lip read. If we can skip forward 45 seconds, we will. We just did.
About 48:22, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
I'm about to throw up a nap time banner. Everybody, we need a nap after this. See you guys in an hour. I'm off to nap. Don't worry, I'm here.
Fast forwarded a little bit to 51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
That created by JF says, what I'm learning here is that jail seems really boring. Yeah.
Fast forward to 54
Chalamea.
minutes.
Thank you. You say, love all the snark. Happy Grizzly anniversary.
It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Let's pause for a second. Naomi said, I guess what they're trying to say is that Drina wrote the script and Donna copied it out neater than Drina destroyed the original, which maybe they're trying to say that, but it makes no sense because they can't prove if they're just discussing their next commissary orders, writing a poem, writing a letter to a loved one. How do we know? We literally don't know. But what we do know is that there was a script written by the defendant, Donna Adelson. They proved it with a handwriting expert. We also know that Donna offered things that make it unique, meaning it definitely came from Donna. So yeah, Donna was offering money, trailers, land, dental work, all sorts of things if some of these jail buddies would testify for her and lie on the stand about what they heard Katherine Magbanua say a couple of years before this.
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
Yes, we have no idea what they're discussing, and they're looking at pages. Can we move on to the next witness, please? Even that, oh my word, Cake on YouTube said, this defense attorney also said they are not contesting that Donna wrote the script. He said it in front of the jury. I remember now. Exactly. The defense attorney himself said they don't contest she wrote it.
They're both still writing.
Correct.
Which means they can only be implying that Drina was influencing her, Donna, of what to write. Why would Drina say, hey, why don't you write the following for me so that I can lie for you on the stand? You write what you want me to say. No, man. I think Donna was offering a lot of things, including, yes, a grand piano. Okay.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
In 22 seconds, can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Can we get the lights, please? Detective, do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I feel sorry for this detective. I'm so sorry, sir. Because you had to testify to this crap.
Detective, that's the day after Miss Barnhart told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-exam. You may.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214.
Somebody was just asking how long does the defense case plan to be? And they said they need like 4 to 6 days. Initially, before the trial started, the state said they need 5 to 7 days, and the defense said they need 4 to 6 days, depending on the trial's progression. Oh my word. Can you imagine if it's actually going to be 4 to 6 days of all of this?
Watch the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819, so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense would do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
I'm here, just making coffee. Sorry. Okay. We're done. Another sidebar, yes, and we can't even go forward. Mr. Grizzly's gonna bring the coffee because I was busy making it. Well, that was useless. Not the detective's fault. Okay, hold on. Here comes Mr. Grizzly. Okay. Yeah. Southern California says, G had enough. She's aggressively jumping on a trampoline right now. Maybe she'll bring in a kitty. Yeah, no, the kitties have got new toys and they are spoiled by people, Grizzlies who send PayPal specifically for them. Then we spoiled them with lots of new toys, and so they are very busy with that right now. Okay, Donna, you like this? You like your defense? You think it's going well? Mic drop? I don't know. Proud Grizzly said, did you brew it extra strong? I really did. I did. So what's the time? Yeah, 8:45 p.m. in Switzerland. I guess I'll be awake for a while. Eileen Clark said, I forgot to tell my Grizzly friends that today is my birthday. I'm so taken up with the case. Oh my word. Happy birthday to Eileen Clark. Thank you for being here with us on your birthday. Okay, Foley says, I'd like some coffee too. Okay, there's coffee coming up for everyone. Shall I ask Mr. Grizzly?
Members of the jury.
Wait. Mr. Grizzly, can you make 9,990 coffees? Thank you so much.
We are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person.
Excuse me. Now the feed is going funny. Hey. Excuse me.
Case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person.
And then the feed buffers. I can't even believe that. Stop it. Okay, wait, let's switch. They're just ending for the day? Seriously? Are you sure, guys? Why is that? Okay, let's try this one. They're just ending for the day?
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
What? Why are they doing such things? Okay, send the jury out and tell us what the drama is. Is there no drama? Really? Donna's looking to see how it went. Okay.
Can be seated.
Let's see.
Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Wow. And then? Donna? Smiling at who? Oh my word. I did. Okay, so I jinxed it by making a double coffee. Mr. Grizzly, okay, Raphael, canceling 9,990 coffees. We don't need that anymore. No, thank you. Shame, he's busy out there making so many of them. Okay, well, that was interesting. Now, I did set up another stream for tomorrow. When you teleport to it, do not be alarmed. It says closing arguments. It's not going to be closing arguments yet. The defense might actually take their 4 to 6 days to get this done. So I'm going to send you the link next day. Go to this link, okay? And I'll meet you there, but I'm going to change the thumbnail and the title as soon as we get there. So, wow, everyone, thank you so much for watching day 7 with me. Definitely not what I was expecting. I really expected, Your Honor, the defense rests. Instead, we got fed a whole bunch of bullcrap. Okay, sorry about that, in my opinion. Let's see what they bring tomorrow. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, again, for all your support. Please like, share, comment as well after the live stream has ended. I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think of today's testimony? Was it impactful or not, or what? And who do you think is going to be on the stand tomorrow? Thank you also for joining me for the spicy lunchtime, the full fluff buffet. And I will see you at the next stream. I'm going to put it back in the chat now as well. Go there because I haven't even set up the redirect yet, okay? I didn't expect them to finish now. So click on the link and go there, okay? I'll see you there.